mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome, many thanks for joining us on the program. Apologies for that breaking transmission. Now let's commence the program this morning with our first story. We're talking about oil production, and Nigerians are to pay nearly 1 trillion naira annually on petrol imports under the new 15% tariff. Nigerians are set to pay an additional 973.6 billion naira annually on petrol imports following the federal government's planned introduction of a 15% import tariff on premium motor spirit. A price analysis has revealed data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority shows that between January and September 2025, the Nigerian government imported, or Nigeria as a state rather, imported an average of 26.75 million liters of petrol daily at a proposed tariff of 99 naira 72 kobo per liter, as outlined in the presidential approval letter. The daily tariff payment would amount to about 2.67 billion naira. The analysis indicates that this policy aimed at protecting domestic refineries and boosting local production could significantly increase the cost burden on consumers while generating substantial revenue for the government. Stakeholders have been urged to weigh the implications for affordability and industrial growth carefully. And that brings us to the conversation that we will be having this morning. Now, what do you think? Earlier on, there was a specific time we had this conversation, most especially when the 15% tariff imposition by the government surfaced on the media. And we had that conversation on this table. And first of all, I had to speak with Amin Mukhtar, because earlier on he told us that the government was quite ingenious for allowing Dangote to come in and deregulating the system, allowing Dangote and other private refinery owners, modular refinery owners, and of course others that we are expecting to onboard into the system to run. And equally, leaving the borders open by sea or through any other means through which the marketers will be able to import petrol and refined products into the country, so that both the local producers and those who are importing from other climes could serve as competition to check each other. And when we make it plain, a level playing field for them to check each other, then guess who benefits from that? You and I. Nigerians benefits from that. So as Dangote is reducing its price, those who are importing also, because they want to stand in the business, they also will have to try and reduce their price. If they don't, it becomes their loss. But look at it from another perspective. Dangote is also a beneficiary of the crude for oil, Naira for crude swap deal that is currently in existence when the refinery came into operation, and after then there was a renewal after much tussle. That's a benefit that he's enjoying. Now that we have a 15%,
it wasn't created for him alone.
It wasn't created for him alone, but he's the biggest player, private player now in that space. And it wasn't created for him alone, but it looks as if the accusations that the marketers, leveled against him in the first place is beginning to take form.
These same marketers have waged so many war against this man, so much that he himself has come out to say if he had a second choice, or if he could turn back the hands of time, he wouldn't have gone into this particular sector that he's in. Now, like I said earlier on, every other thing that he's enjoying now wasn't created because of him, but it was created as a result of the bold step and the direction in which he is going, and Nigeria feels that, oh, this person is going towards this direction, and it's like it takes one person to make other people see the light. Let me put it in that perspective. So now, it's a good move. It will incentivize local refinery. It will generate money for the federal government. It would also sort of discourage those who have been looking to import fuel to now look towards, okay, now, what if I start to refine fuel? What are the incentives available for me to refine fuel? What are the things available? There's Naira for crude. It saves you FX. You don't have to look for FX. You trade in Naira. You can also sell outside the country at your own wish, at your own prerogative. So these are some of the things that has been laid down. The only thing now is, I feel that this 15% import duty, just like the fuel subsidy, should have been done in phases.
And not the whole 15% at once.
At once. You could have created 11, you could have even given them some sort of ultimatum that, okay, in the next 6 months, we are going to bring an import duty of 15%. Give them that space of 6 months so that everybody knows what, because whether we like it or not, the Nigerian, not an ordinary citizen is going to bear the brunt of it, because even Dangote does not have enough to go around. Yes, he has tried. He bought 4,000 trucks to make sure that this fuel gets to the filling stations, to boycott transportation and logistic hurdles and all that. But still yet, it still cannot go around. I mean, even us, we are not meeting our OPEC quota. Do you understand? So I feel we should have, waited for a while, try and sort out whatever is impending. Do you understand? Because yes, it's going to allow for, at the long run, it's going to allow competition to thrive. Because when we have a lot of local refineries going up, competition starts. This person wants to sell it more, you want to sell more, I want to sell more, and I know you're selling at maybe 500 naira, and I bring up my own for 450 naira, and you say, hey, this guy is trying to sell. It brings it down. But it's going to take a whole lot. Yesterday, Swift and I were talking about the new refinery proposed in Ondo State. Ondo State partnering with Canada to bring about a $50 billion refinery.
$50 billion?
Yes, that's going to be producing 500,000 barrels per day.
500,000
Yes, but according to Ayonuga, he says that might not come into fruition until the next 7 years. Looking at
how long did it take Dangote to build this?
Well,
I don't think it was up to 7 years.
So Swift was now saying that it might not take that, maybe 3 years and all that. We also know that Bua is coming in. We also know that some other people are also planning to, go into this particular sector. So if we have more, then I've been reading lately. I don't know if it's taken with so much seriousness. The Warri refinery and other moribund refineries, they are planning to revive revive, maintain, or let it come into fruition, or let it start producing. I don't know which word to use at this point. But whichever way, like they said, the onus also bears on the federal government, because you cannot say, do this. Like they say, he who comes to equity must come with
clean hands.
So in as much as you want to drop this 15% import duty, you have your own NNPC, you have your own Warri Port Harcourt, you have every other refineries that are moribund. What is happening? The only way this can actually work is if all the refineries are working perfectly. Now, Swift even went further to say that there are some mini refineries that are not producing much. They are not producing premium motor spray. They're producing diesel, aviation fuel, and some other things and all that. But they are not just producing fuel in a large capacity, maybe 3,000 per day or 5,000 per day. So we need a whole lot of that. We need people to start drilling. We need a lot of hands getting dirty. We need people to start looking into Nigeria and say that, yes, so that we can even shoot. Now, Dangote himself is planning to shoot beyond 650,000 barrels per day. He's planning to go 1.4 million. We are barely doing 1.7, and we are saying, okay, we're going towards 2 million. Now, if we can even go beyond 2 million barrels per day if all refineries are working. I want a situation whereby we have enough to go around and still sell outside.
Okay, so I'm thinking it's quite untimely for the 15%, in the sense that currently, the way it is, the critical reason is that the government intends to promote local production and refining of the petroleum products.
Yes.
But if we look at it very, very well, how many of us are out there? Dangote, and we have other smaller modular refineries.
Yes.
Those are not, it's not a very, very level playing field where the competition that we expect, the competition that the nation envisioned, the competition that we are anticipating it's not the level playing field yet at the moment. So it's quite untimely. If Dangote is there, let's assume BOA is done with their refinery and they are on board. Let's assume we have another refinery that is done and they are also on board. Let's assume the Warri refinery is running about 70 or 80% functioning, and that of Kaduna is also, doing its own bid about 70, 80%. Let's assume also that River State refinery is also running around that 70, 80%. And some other private refineries, even in Warri, in Edo State and some other states, let's assume they are equally functioning in their full capacity, or let's about 85, 80, 75%. Let's assume then, and you introduce this 15% tariff, then we can say yes. Even at then, maybe it shouldn't be 15%, maybe it should be 10% for those who are importing, because we also need to also know that the government does not have the capacity to send these products to feed all these local refineries the same product. Dangote is 650,000 barrels per day capacity and is looking to take it to 1.4 million, like you said. But at the moment, even when it started, the government told them we will not be able to give you 650,000.
True.
So we are going to give you half of that. And even that half, the government defaulted because they were out there, some tango going back and forth that, look, the government is not fulfilling its obligation of even the 350 or the 3,000 barrels that it was supposed to be given to Dangote, which actually made him to start sourcing for this product in Algeria, in Angola, and even in the United States. So we can see that the government does not have the capacity, because the government even has its own obligations to satisfy its foreign clients that brings in, when we sell to them, it brings in the dollar.
Yes.
And that in itself helps with our balance of trade, helps to shore up the value of the naira, and of course the crude for naira arrangement between the government and the local refineries also, helps to bring down the pressure on of the dollar on the naira, which is good. So even Dangote himself, when he sources those products from outside the country, he also will be subjected to the 15%. The amount of product that he brings from outside the country to fulfill the 650,000 barrels, that will be subjected to the tariff of 15%.
Yes.
And so Dangote might not all the time become Father Christmas that will be reducing the price. And if he does not reduce the price because he knows that he's augmenting the amount of crude that he needs to refine by importing, then it looks like we are equally stifling competition. Even from him, that we think that we are, or not just him, the local refineries, we'll be stifling them, because if they don't get all that they need from the government and they still need to source from outside, then they'll be stifled as well. Except that the government, this 15% does not apply to crude, except it only apply to the refined products.
Well, it's a good one, but I also want us to remember when Telkom started in Nigeria. It started with the yellow one. And at a point, it was per minute. Whether it was 10 seconds or 1 minute, 1 second, is 2 minutes. And they enjoy, and we could have said that that particular network enjoyed a whole lot. Then came the other one. Then came the green one, who shattered the whole market. Now, if the first one did not come, it will not give room for the second or the third one. It was as a result of the first one taking over the market. At a point, it had a monopoly of the market because it was the only one. Then came the second one.
And Nigerians suffered for it.
Nigerians suffered for it. And both were still doing per minute until the third one came and started per second and shattered the whole thing. And the competition, began. So let's liken it to what is really happening now. Dangote for us might not even be the savior. It might be someone else. coming in after Dangote. But as a result of seeing what Dangote has put in ground, what Dangote has laid in ground, I'm not saying Dangote is the savior, but if we didn't have Dangote, we probably would not have had Naira for crude. We probably would not have had import duty, 15% on petrol. We probably wouldn't have had it. We probably would just be importing and importing. But because someone is doing something that seems to be working at the long run, and he is trying, that's what it's like. It's inspiring the government also that this person is doing it. And of course, let's not forget that the federal government has taken Dangote. So where you have stake in, I'm not saying they are doing it to favor him, that's not what I'm saying. But where you have stake in, you would also want to make sure that such kind of entity succeeds, whichever way you want it. So I feel that in the long run, it always seems as if it's Dangote, but we have some underground players who are still coming in. And this particular local refinery will also encourage even international investors, even local investors. It will encourage them to look into it. Like what brought about the Ondo refinery, it was Canada and Ondo government, Ondo state government. They are coming together. Now, so both of them are going to enjoy the benefit of Naira for crude and every other thing. Yes.
Most of them might not be looking at getting this product from the government, because I don't think we have
prerogative.
Yes, now we are barely doing 1.68 million, and we've had an arrangement where we want to engage Saudi Arabia, the OPEC Plus team and OPEC Plus group, to start, to hit about 3 million barrels per day, to allow us to hit about 3 million barrels per day in 2030. And I'm hoping that we are able to achieve that, not only getting OPEC's go ahead, but also being able to do that locally. So most of these organizations or multilateral organizations coming to set up refinery in Nigeria, what they know that is Nigeria is a market. And if Nigeria is a market, even if the government or the local oil producing the wells cannot give, the government will not be able to fulfill its obligation to all the local refineries and also to its foreign clients. They are going to be getting from Angola, from Algeria, from the United States, and from every other place. They'll be shipping it into Nigeria to refine and to supply the Nigerian market.
I think we also need to encourage people to drill more. And what's happening to all these oil well licenses that have been gotten? Like you've always proposed, I think something of whoever is giving this license within 2 to 3 years, if there's nothing, let it be revoked or something else, or let some form of sanction come in. I think that we need to start looking into that aspect also.
I think the government has commented that it was quite very strong 3 weeks ago, where the government talked about seizing licenses of just leaving the oil wells moribund. But let's look at it from a different aspect. 15% import tariff on premium motor spirit is designed to protect and encourage local refining, but it also leads to estimated 973.6 billion naira annual increase in the costs that should be borne or that will be borne by consumers due to higher pump price, because we know that logistics organization, transport organizations by road, that they depend on this fuel, premium motor spirit, to move around. And the slight increase in the price will impact every aspect of life of the Nigerian, either in business, the feeding, the purchasing power of the man at the ebb of society will also be impacted, and we are going to have other increase in prices, increase in the cost of doing business, increase in the overhead cost of manufacturing and production.
Yes.
And that is not what we want now, because the government by itself had prided itself that it had engaged in economic reforms that have seemed to be yielding some form of profit or some form of benefit that has percolated through to the ebb of society, that has been felt by the man at the ebb of society. And this direction that we are taking, this new 15%, is it going to negate that? Because if you look at the issue very well, one of the reasons why the government was not, hasty in reducing the NPR from 27.5% to about 25% or to 26%, Cardoso told us that some of the economic reforms that the government had taken is beginning to yield profit, and if we, rush to reduce the NPR, it's going to impact negatively on some of the benefits that we've been getting. So we are going to do it little by little. Yeah. So after consecutively maintaining the 27.5% for a while, the last time they had their meeting, they only reduced 50 basis points, which actually brought it down to 27 points. So the government should not make another policy that is going to cut down on the gains that it already made, that resulted from the previous economic reforms that it had engaged in.
Well, if you look at it in a way, I think the government has tried. There was a time when government was paying subsidy on fuel. And there was a report that a lot of these marketers were not even bringing in fuel. And, they were just collecting money. Then President Tinubu came in and removed fuel subsidy, deregulated the market, and let market forces determine. That was almost like Christmas for these marketers. And it happened for how many years now? Maybe 2 years or thereabout. And he's now saying, okay, fine, 15%. So I think he has given importers leeway for quite a number of time now to do whatever they need to do. In as much as it should have been done in phases, maybe start with 5% and see how the economy fares, see how it affects the economy, then backtrack. So when you put 5% and see how it affects, you can now come up with some form of, not subsidy, but something that would cushion the effect of this. And you can now give it for another 6 to 1 year, then bring about. So within that 6 to 1 year, you incentivize local refinery. You make sure you put some maybe tax incentive, tax holidays for them. Then after a year, you can now from 5% bring it down to 10%.
Okay.
I think that would have been
let's just hope that the government, by the time we start having the repercussion of this 15%, the government already have plans in place to mitigate it or make it better.
And we still have aviation fuel, crisis coming.
Crisis coming. No, we'll be able to. I hope we'll be able to deal with all this. Now let's move on to our second story. It's not far from energy. It is still energy, but this time France is playing in that sector. The French government has reaffirmed its confidence in Nigeria's economic reforms, pledging increased investments in critical sectors, including energy, manufacturing, and technology. Speaking at a press conference in Lagos, ahead of the 40th anniversary, the Franco-Nigerian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Consul General of France in Lagos, Laurent Favier, emphasized France's commitment to deepening economic and diplomatic ties with Nigeria. He noted that the country remained a strategic partner in France's long-term investment plans in Africa. Favier highlighted that since 2023, President Bola Tinubu's administration has undertaken significant reforms, including removal of fuel subsidies, unification of the multiple foreign exchange windows into a single market rate, and strengthened measures by the Central Bank of Nigeria to improve corporate governance and stabilize the naira. These bold steps, he said, have emphasized investor confidence and positioned Nigeria as an attractive destination for global capital. Okay. Olumide, so, reaffirming it reflects a positive international response to Nigeria's reform trajectory, looking at a country like France, especially the removal of fuel subsidy, like the French government was ailing, the foreign exchange unification and the CBN governance reforms. These measures are improving macroeconomic transparency and foreign investor confidence. For business development, France's investment drive could stimulate bilateral trade, encourage technology transfer, and support clean energy expansion. French companies already, are already active in Nigeria through firms like Total Energies and Schneider Electric. They could scale up operations, generating employment and local supply chain opportunities. But let me point this out. I want to stimulate a bilateral trade. Yes. Technology transfers support clean energy expansion.
Yes.
Bilateral trade. The word bilateral trade, it's good, but somehow it becomes ambiguous if we are not quite specific in looking at it from the strength of Nigeria, what we have that we can export to France, that will sell in their economy, that will facilitate continuous production here and continuous export to France as a destination. And then when we look at it very, very well, it's crude oil. Now, and not even, when we look at it, crude oil, that's why we have total energy. Yes, we do have cash crops. And when we look at that, to an extent, I'm glad that it is the Franco-Nigerian Chamber of Commerce that is, bringing up this idea. But if we look at it very well, the sort of value that we are adding to our cash crops before exporting.
30%?
Oh, we've not met the 30%. It's just a policy that the government has said that this is the route that will be taken. And we have to, reassess our industries if they've actually started that. And I think it is also incumbent of the government to not just put that policy, but to send out the relevant agencies of government to go and make sure that whenever cash crops or other raw materials are leaving this country, to an extent, 30% of value addition must have taken place. In the absence of that, the government should take another look on what other policy that the government can put in place to make it easier for these raw materials to go out, but not in its raw state. Because most of the time when it leaves in its raw state, coming back to the economy where value has been added, then we buy it even more expensive. True. And that's not good for our economy.
But some countries or some companies, manufacturing companies outside Nigeria, need these cash crops in their raw form. For instance, what do you call it?
Cocoa for chocolate.
Cocoa for chocolate. This cola nut, I heard is used. It's medicinal. Is used in the production of medicine. So you reprocessing it 30% or 100% might lose its value to the manufacturer that is importing it from his own country. So they need it in that raw form to use it to do whatever they want to do, just like cocoa also used for chocolate, used for other things. Cola nut, I heard, is used for skincare and all that. So they need it in that raw form. But maybe what we can now do is now add some form of, I wouldn't want to go Trump's
the quantity
tariff, but I wouldn't want to go to that route because ultimately, we need this thing. We need to export as much as we can of this cash crop so that we can also get something back in return. But if you look at the bilateral trade, I'm looking at energy, how we can, because in as much as we are looking at renewable energy in Nigeria, we don't still have the technology. We're only importing these panels to come and assemble here. We're not producing it. So if there's a way we can encourage some form of skills transfer between France and Nigeria, bring in some of your expatriates that would train us.
Settle the manufacturing plant here.
Set it up here. Let's have a policy of 60-40. 60 from outside, 40 rather from outside, 60 must be hired in Nigeria. Let's have that kind of arrangement or some sort of policy, let's put it that way, policy, so that there's skills acquisition, skills transfer still here. It would also, then again, when you look at foreign investment, foreign direct investments, sometimes it sounds like over dependence. We also need to be very, very careful so we don't seem too over dependent. I mean, this is the reason why some other president is, calling us names and making, derogatory statements, towards Nigeria. So, in as much as we also need to look at, in as much as we are going for bilateral trade and all that, what are we bringing in? What are we giving to China? Are they just coming to take? What are we also need to be, just like China proposed that, bring in your stuffs. We are ready to take it.
If we have anything if we have goods, products, items for which we know we are strong production capacity, technology in terms of finished product
I think leather.
to China, would they, that's going to be competing endlessly with their local refiners, with their local industry, with their domestic market? Are they going to are they going to say such things? Of course, they know Africa doesn't have most of those kind of products that will compete with their local product in there. That is why they, just went all out and tell them that, hey, made that statement that, from including Nigeria and 54 African countries, you can come in. They've assessed the market. They are not, they are not unwise. So, because they know that, what are you going to give them? And competition-wise, China is almost like is the hub of the globe when it comes to manufacturing in diverse items, coming from tech to as well as kitchen utensils, you name it. So they know you can't even match them, and they've assessed the market and they told you, yes, you can bring it. Just wait a moment if we can match up with that, or when it gets to the era we can match up with that. Some of the shoes that have been manufactured somewhere in Aba or in the eastern part of the country, they find their way out of this country and they are being imported back into the country. Or they just wrote made in France, made in Nigeria, because they want to compete with the local market, and because even locally, most people, our consumption and our insatiable taste for foreign products too is there. And they just going to target made in China, so that you look like, okay, there's level of standard to this, but do we have local companies that can match that standard? But as long as they're aware, standard and quality rather, as long as they are aware of that, they might want to be, they just stop.
Because when we talk about standard, we also need to put in quality. I think one of the reasons why Nigerians have this insatiable taste for imported products, it's the quality. So we also need to work on our own quality. Like I said earlier, we have leather. Italy, France, and some other countries are known for fashion. So what can we export? And Nigeria, when it comes to fashion, we are rich in that. We have a vast industry of fashion. So we have so many things we can also begin to trade with them. That's why I said leather. At least leather is being manufactured to finished product in Nigeria. So these are some of the things that we can also use to trade between these countries, so that we can also get something back. So it's not just they're coming in, we're doing bilateral. What are we bringing? Because in as much as we come together and we go to these countries and say, hey, let's do business, they are also looking at what. They will do their own homework. They will do their own investigation. They will do their own research to see what you have and what they can. And of course, in every deal, everybody's looking with a selfish mind to what I can get, what I can benefit more than the other person. So if in as much as France and Nigeria are doing something together, let's try as much as possible to note that, okay, fine, what are we going to give them? What can we trade? Gold is something that I've always thought about this. It might be unrelated. That imagine if we begin to start trading in gold.
In its raw form.
In its raw form.
In its raw form.
At the point Ghana did it.
It's going to come back in trinkets and chains and wristwatches, and it's going to be more expensive. Well, these are the conversations that we're having. Sometimes it shakes tables, and sometimes it breaks tables. We're going to break. We're back shortly. Do stay with us.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name, an index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. Dangote's unflinching love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dangote and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dangote, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignited his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one granted authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. And now we move on to our next story, and has to do with agriculture, some of which we have actually referred to in our previous conversation. The federal government has secured a $500 million loan facility from the World Bank to accelerate growth across Nigeria's agricultural value chain, supporting President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda for food security and rural industrialization. The development was disclosed on Tuesday in a statement by Ezeaja Ikemefuna, head of Department of Information at the Ministry of Agriculture. According to the ministry, the loan aims to strengthen productivity, improve market access, and foster investment along key agricultural value chains, from production to processing and distribution. Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Abubakar Kyari, said the facility would catalyze the growth of Nigeria's agricultural ecosystem, create employment opportunities, and promote rural economic development. He emphasized the strategic deployment of the funds would enhance food security, boost farmers' incomes, and position Nigeria as a competitive player in regional and global agricultural markets. Olumide, for me, it still sounds it sounds ambiguous, because there was a time that we spoke endlessly about this conversation, and I felt that, okay, no matter the work that the government puts into place, yes, that's it. No matter the work that the government puts into place, where we are trying to revive agriculture, where we're trying to make food secure, where we are working towards food security, where we want to make sure that the prices of staple foods in the market or agricultural produce are cheap, they are not expensive, so that the man at the ebb of society can go to market with whatever he has in his pocket, and it will not be quite a burden to him to purchase the necessities that is required for the family to feed. Whatever policy the government is going to put in place, we would not be hitting the nail on the head if we cannot secure people or farmers who have left their farm for insecurity, and they cannot go back to continue in their enterprise. People who have taken loans, business people in the industry who have taken loans to purchase large expanse of land to plant cassava, to plant plantain and other staples, if they run away from their farms,
Yes.
and they felt scared and they cannot go back, if those areas are not tackled, irrespective of the investment that the government is going to put in that space, we may not get back value for the money that we are borrowing.
Yes. And that is just one area. We still have other areas like flooding. We've not been able to tackle flooding. From April to about November, the rains come down, and we can see the effect. We've not been able to tackle that. How do we tackle that? So apart from insecurity, we also have flooding to tackle, and maybe any other underlying factor that we might have to tackle. It's quite good that this loan is being secured and all that, and a whole lot of areas are going to benefit from it. I was reading through it. We have rice, maize, cassava, sorghum, millet, tomatoes, yam, soybeans, groundnut, oil palm, cocoa. These are some of the crops that would benefit from this loan that it will be directed to.
Okay.
But we also need to look at storage and logistics. This is another area we need to solve: storage. Because in as much as we want to harvest, we want to produce more, what about storing so that they don't get spoiled? Because if we want to be exporting some of these things, it's been said that, yes, I don't know how well the custom, how well, talking about the ports, how well this has been tackled, but it takes 7 days to 21 days before anything leaves the shores of Nigeria. So imagine tomatoes and some other perishable goods. How do you export it out? So we need to tackle, that's where storage comes in. Now, when these farmers harvest this thing, from the point or from the time they are being transported to other parts of the country, where are they stored? These are some of the things we need to tackle. Logistics. The roads to where these farms are not motorable. How do we get this? That was why I lauded the train service, the improvement, the commencement of the Itakpe, rail, which has now gone into derailment and all that. That's why I lauded, because that's a way of solving these problems, logistics, when it comes to farming, whereby I don't have to do anything. I load them up and send it probably to the east, to the south, the southwest.
Where there's a ready market.
Where there's a ready market. So imagine you sending rice from Niger or any other place down by train. It saves you a whole lot of cost, timing, and every other thing. So we need to solve all this. So I hope that this loan that has been gotten would also be able, part of it will be able to be used to tackle some of these things. Because if you don't tackle insecurity, the farmers will not even want to go out to farm. It has gotten to a point whereby farmers are now paying security levies to
non-state actors.
Non-state actors to secure them. We also have to talk about this farmer-herder clash. How can we bring a lasting solution so that someone would not just plant crops and someone would bring in some farm cattle and destroy that? It's very, very painful. I've seen on Instagram whereby people invested in large acres of farms and something happens. Someone comes in and destroys. It's quite really painful because some of these farmers, they don't have funds available, so they seek loans from banks and all. And banks will not give you loans without an arm and a leg and all that. So it's quite painful when you put in a lot of money into these things and you don't see any profit. So these are some of the things. Then this loan, I hope it will be channeled towards the right people. We also need to track. In as much as we want to get the loan, let's have a periodic 3 to 6 month tracking. Reports, transparency, let people see the outcome. Because it will also encourage investors. In as much as the government is trying to do their own part, these are some of the things the investors will be looking at. That let's see how the government can do it. Let's see, since it's the federal government that is securing this loan and is investing into agriculture, let's see how it should work.
Okay.
It should fare better. So these are some of the things we also need to look at. Let's have periodic 3 to 6 months assessment every time of how the improvement and every other thing, so that we are able to track and so that we are able to fix anything along the line. Any itches here and there, we're able to solve it.
Great. Now, we have some more other stories. Time is not quite on our side. Let's see if we can quickly rush to cover a few of the story. Now we're going to aviation policy, where passengers have slammed ticket fee for just, they didn't mention the fee, but it's $9. And ahead of the festive season, as the Yuletide approaches, air passengers in Nigeria have voiced strong dissatisfaction over the continued sale of flight tickets in foreign currencies, particularly the United States dollar. Many fear that the policy will further inflate airfares, making travel increasingly unaffordable for the average Nigerian. The controversial practice, recently reintroduced by some international airlines, has sparked outrage across the aviation sector, and industry practitioners and passengers have described the dollar-only ticket sale as an affront to Nigeria's sovereignty, urging the federal government to intervene and ensure fares remain accessible. During interviews at Murtala Mohammed Airport, Lagos travelers lamented that the policy would worsen festive season fare hikes, which already stretch family budgets. Passengers warned that without urgent regulatory action, the dollar-only policy could further marginalize Nigerians and exacerbate inequality in air travel access during the holiday season. Yes. So why, if you work in the United States of America and you're doing business in the United States of America, you abide by the laws, by the rules of United States of America, and they have a currency for doing business and carrying out transactions. So you are expected to follow the same line. If you're doing that in Britain, of course, the pound sterling is the money that you use for the currency for transaction in that climate. If you're doing it with Ghana, it's the cedi. Why do you come to Africa? Why do you come to Nigeria? Even though you are an international, airline, you are going to be selling your tickets in dollar. If you're going to sell it in dollars, why don't you sell it in the dollar equivalent of the naira? Because you are trying to put Nigerians in to source, not only to source for the dollar, but also it has a negative way of impacting our currency here and affecting our market.
I think it's a lack of trust in our currency. That's what's, let's put it that
If you have a lack of trust in our currency, why are you coming to do business here?
Yes, I think that's one of the things. They do not see that confidence in our... And the currency has quite been stable. Now, some of the justification these airlines have given, which I read, is that they cite difficulties in repatriating earnings due to forex constraint as the reason to switch into dollar-only sales. Now, we all know Dirty December is, by the corner, and a lot of
people are
coming in with hard currencies to distribute,
Could it be a ploy by, these countries to take back their monies?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So everybody is looking on how to grab something from this so-called
Dirty December,
Buhaha and all that. So I think that this is where the government needs to step in. There was a report we did, I think it was earlier this week, that the NCA said we're going to go after airlines charging in dollars. So this is part of the things they need to put into place. Yes, when you look at the aviation sector, if you do a rundown of the tickets, you find out that 50 to 60% goes back to the government in duty, tax, and tariffs and all that. So they are not really making that much. Let's not even talk about aviation fuel. Let's not even talk about aviation fuel, which is skyrocketing, and the authorities have even come out to say that sooner or later some people might hijack this and have this monopoly of aviation fuel. So that is also in play. But it all boils down to our policies. What are we doing to make sure that
this doesn't happen?
This doesn't happen. And I feel the more local carriers we have, the more we're able to slowly phase out this.
The local airline that we had...
That do international flights.
The local airline that we had that fought his way to do an international flight, even when he wanted to do the international flight,
yes,
it was fought by countries like the British. It was there was this gathering and conspiracy against the local airline because they were charging astronomical prices for international flights to the United Kingdom, to the United States, and it came in and brought in a price that is not very low, but that is different. And the margin was something very considerable. It's enough to sway customers, to sway air travelers to using the domestic airline that now have the capacity to fly international flights. And there was conspiracy against them. If they can do that, to conspire against a Nigerian domestic airline that has been certified to fly international space, if you can do that, then it's easy. The government shouldn't allow this pass. You can't charge my countrymen in the dollar currency. You cannot do that. You don't have that right. You can't even do that in the United States. Are we going to tell Nigerians to say we are not going to pay in the dollar if we are going to be working or traveling to the United States or traveling around the United States and say we are going to pay in the naira? Is that going to run in the United States? Why do you want to do that over here in Nigeria? And the government must be very, very serious about it.
Yes.
If the government is serious about some laws, we know it has both the positive and the negative aspect, which boils down to the first conversation we have about that 15% introduction. Because, of course, some people are going to be importing the petrol or the product from the United States, and if 15% tariff is imposed on it, they will have to start looking at elsewhere where they are going to get it domestically, where they will not be able to pay that 15%, which is going to affect their own economy over there. And if that is the case, then the government, you stand up to it. No, you are not going to do this. If you are not going to do that, and you feel like this is not conducive for you, then we need to empower local investors, make sure they are certified internationally to be able to fly, international flights, airlines, so that we do away with this dollar issue.
I think also it's going to affect
repatriation of funds.
Yeah,
that's one thing they talked about.
Repatriation of funds. They are looking at how to repatriate their funds, because if they're going to repatriate it, it's not going to be repatriated in naira. It has to be converted to their own currency and all that. So, and also charging in dollars would also weaken our own naira, because people will have to source for this. So it's something that the federal government and other countries need to sit down. But for me, I feel the route to go is bring up or encourage more local carriers. At Ibadan, we had our own international carrier, our own official carrier. Towards the Yuletide season, we could even come up with discounts to bring people to our own side. Imagine if we had a national carrier and we're giving 10%.
Oh, so now we see the benefit of having a national carrier. And not just that, Olumide.
Yes.
We will not only have national carriers, but if we have domestic airlines that can fly internationally, we must also subject all government agencies, from the local government chairman and the local government councillors to state government and the state government ministers and commissioners, and all state agencies, to the federal government, to the federal ministries, departments, and agencies, to the parliament, name them, in the 36 states. You must use domestic and local flight. You have to. If you are traveling out of this country, you will have to do that.
The people who will pass that law would not even pass it.
They won't even pass it.
Because it affects them also.
In what way? What's the negative
The legislators who would pass that bill.
How does it affect them negatively?
Because to them, they feel to some extent, I agree that you cannot dictate which airline.
But you work for the government. The government pays you.
Now, if
you work for the government,
unofficial
the government
duty,
pays you.
If it's official duty, yes, then it is only right that you use our national carrier. But if it's a private trip, I'm going for holiday, I'm going for my leave or something personal, would you say I must?
We are talking about Nigeria first. And we are trying to promote our economy, because there is a serious competition out there.
Yes.
So why are the actions of government officials favoring foreign competitors to the detriment of our local businesses?
Because also we also need, it's a scratch me, I scratch you. In as much as we want to do Nigeria first, let's also remember that we are also doing bilateral trade. So anything that affects them also would also affect us.
Of course, in international politics, if you are bilateral trade, you consider your own interests first as a nation.
Yes.
And as a citizen of a country, you consider your own country first, because if you do not put Nigeria or make Nigeria a priority, you do not make Nigerian businesses a priority. And in this specific conversation, we're talking about Nigerian or domestic airlines. You do not put their service priority. Whatever statement, whatever policy that you think you are making to better the economy of Nigeria, it's just an hypocritical move. You are not certain about it. You are in Nigeria, your children were schooling in public schools or even in private schools, in universities here in Nigeria, and all of a sudden you become a minister and your children need to start going to foreign universities in the United States of America or in Britain or in other countries, then you are not promoting Nigeria.
But it depends, because if you say that, you're making it seem as if it's the parent's choice. It could be if my son decides he wants to study abroad.
There's
who
a
am I
lot.
to
There
say
is
no?
a lot. In this, if in specific, I want to try
So now-
to limit it to the
Yes,
aviation.
now, so the national carrier also itself, in as much as, yes, we want to Nigerians to patronize Nigerian this thing, but how many of these local airlines fly internationally? That's one of we do not even have a national carrier. So where do we begin from?
We
If
have
you go to-
domestic airlines that fly internationally.
all well and good. If you go to the national airport, MM2 and all that, if you see the influx of people coming in
And we do
going
not
out,
have local, we do not have many. We have very few.
Very
You
few.
can even count them with your fingers.
and December is coming, we are going to be having a whole lot of people fly into the country, and even within the country, we're going to have a lot of people going back to
Moving
their villages, going back to their states.
At the end of December and January.
and January. This is a business opportunity, big business opportunity that I feel local investors should tap in. But there are a whole lot of things that needs to be sorted out. Aviation fund also needs to sort that out.
Keep singing this song of aviation fuel.
Yes, tariffs, the amount they are paying. I remember I booked just a local flight from Lagos to Abuja is about 200 to 250,000 one way. So it discourages a lot of people to want to fly. Some people, even though going by road, it's not really advisable because of what is going on on this road. It also discourages a whole lot of people. So now I also want to look at the situation whereby some state governors are now building airports in their own states, to draw some of these airlines. But in as much as you're building airports, you also need to make sure that you have economic activity going on in your state. That's the only way airlines will patronize that particular state.
Right.
So it's something that we all need to, it's all hands on deck. It's all hands on deck. First of all, let's try and see as much as how we can get our national carrier, how we can also encourage other local carriers to fly international. It will get better, definitely.
Yes, it will get better, definitely. I told you from the onset that our conversation is going to be at the very core of the economy, business, and development. I'm very, very certain we've done justice to that purpose. On that note, we've come to today's broadcast on SOUQ Business Landscape Minute. Thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQNews TV. We are going to continue to sing that song. Even though sometimes we might sound like a broken record, we will not mind. Government officials, because of the position you've been saddled with in terms of leadership, you need to show leadership in that regards. If you say Nigerian first, we must see you bail the cat. When you do not do that, the policies may not have effect on the people that you are being led to take that position or to toe that line. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Good morning to you. Many thanks for watching.
And it's been a pleasure staying with us on SOUQ Business Landscape. Be your brother's keeper and be patriotic. I am Olumide Shokoya.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
Hi, my name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, your daily guide to profitable ideas inspired by African heritage, global markets, and local possibilities. Today we travel north to Libya, a country known for its oil, but one whose hidden treasure lies in leather. Yes, premium leather crafted by desert hands and traded through centuries. But this is not just Libya's story. This is a business opportunity you can tap into. From Kano to Accra, Lusaka to Nairobi. Let's break it down. But do not forget that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call and an eye-opener to the many opportunities out there. Now, the leather business is simple but strategic. From raw hide to refined fashion, the value chain runs deep. What you need raw material, which is animal hides. It could be from goats, sheep, cow, or camel. That's up to you. You need tanning. This helps you turn hide into durable leather. Other elements involve crafting, which is the process of making bags, shoes, belts, sandals, wallets, and more. Branding plus sales. This can be achieved via online platforms, boutiques, or local markets. One thing you need to know is that Libya's traditional leather is thick, durable, and often dyed using natural desert herbs, an edge for eco-conscious buyers. That's your niche, right? Now, are you ready for this business? Then let's get familiar with the necessary steps so you can get started. Step 1. Source your raw materials. Connect with local abattoirs, herders, or meat sellers. In Libya, camel and goat hides are popular, cheap but durable. Step 2. Tanning. You either set up a basic tanning unit using lime, salt, water, sun drying, or partner with a local tannery. Modern vegetable tanning is eco-friendly and adds brand value. Step 3. Crafting your products. Start small. Leather, wallets, bracelets, passport covers, all of that. You can just pick any. Needed tools: cutter, hole puncher, edge burnisher, thread, and all of that. Now, you need to train with a local cobbler or learn online. Hand stitching sells well. I just need to bring that information to you. We go to step 4, branding plus sales. Choose a unique name and logo, local yet global. Sell at local trade fairs, via media platforms, and all. Showcase your story. Something like inspired by Libyan nomads or desert leather, African hands. You know what I mean, right? So let's go. Let's take it further by talking profit projection in 1 minute. Let's do the maths. Raw goat hide, say 2,000 naira. 2 split materials per wallet, one wallet, 500 naira. Retail price for handmade leather wallet. It can cost for about 6,000 to 7,000 naira or even 10,000 naira. Now you want to sell 50 wallets monthly. That's a whopping 250,000 to 500,000 naira in revenue. Now scale to sandals and bags, and you are talking bigger figures. Are you ready? Okay, so let's look at the bonus tips. Go premium, add stuffs like brass buckles, Ankara lining, or custom embossing to the items you make, and scale up. Looking at the export angle, join platforms like Africrea, Etsy, or contact Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Collaboration is key, so partner with fashion designers, gift bus companies, or tour operators. Look, whether you are in Sokoto or Satay, Morovia or Nisrata, leather is legacy and wealth is waiting in your hands. This time around, it is inspired by Libya and driven by your hustle. So this is Cashcraft, where heritage meets hustle, and every idea counts. I am Grace Komalafe. I'll see you again.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Sadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Yeah, it's definitely not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's an Okoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all about this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Those at work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend rap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians, so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry. They made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here, we are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and what should I call myself? A pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy, to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women once were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have the sky will be the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means I've indirectly approved the 1999 Constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 Constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this Constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these...
Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came to the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 declaration of Western Nigeria, declaration of republic when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties. And we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. throughout the years, like I said, we have always had shortcomings, but we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground, and that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military have not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, the Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things. And that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in our naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance may be about 50 naira or 60 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free. And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the alif, ba, ta, sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school, they stay with us. We are about 20 in the house while we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now, maybe like a respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. All religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we were all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you spend within your constituency, and that is all. When you get to the house, when you are not to pick the speaker or the leader of the house, that is when you interact with others. But in presidential system, you have the whole country is your constituency. The whole country is your constituency. Let's go to the grassroots. And the grassroots, the unit is the family. The family unit has broken down. Not to talk less about of the extended family unit, or where a community is served like a family. The youths are not being taken care of as in those days. In those days, we never knew whether you are from anywhere in the world or in Nigeria. We interact, we never knew. In sports, we never knew where our people come from. In school, we never knew. At times, 60 years later, I'm just discovering that somebody is from Asaba, one of my classmates. Discover is from, we had the Odumekos, we had the Bazunos in those days. Went to school together, but we never even knew that he was not Yoruba or from Western Nigeria. We were all together. The unity, our unity has been eroded. Today, most schools, there are no boarding schools again. And that is you discover that you are only limited to your area, except when you are going to higher institutions. Even some higher institutions are within certain areas. So we don't interact, we don't intermix, we don't even know the culture of other people. But in those days, it was a little bit different. We have to start reshaping a lot of things. And in the reshaping, it's not for us. It's not for the present generation. It's to look for the future generation. In the socialist life in those days, they used to talk about, what do you call it now? Absence of manual labor. That is, machines will do the work. We are human beings will sit down and just be looking, and machines will do the work. We are getting to that stage very soon. Even we are almost there. In those days, we used to have what we call telephone operators. That type of job is gone. In those days, every office has its secretary, or what do you call it, a secretary that we type, we do all these things. Now, that job is gone. The MD, the secretary is just to make arrangements. In those days, you have to have dictators, you have to dictate messages, you have to take minutes. Now AI is doing everything. So there's going to be a lot of job losses. But in creating new jobs, that's a problem. The problem, and at the rate our population is going, is continue to have a lot of jobless people. But how do we manage it? How do we get to that? That's the problem.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago, but I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that, I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss, because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year, I had to work in a post office in London. And it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished, as I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978, 79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos was, should I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTE used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts. My dad would pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200+ million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally. as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 18th, 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, You need apprenticeship, and that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, you won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, we know. And the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you're treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates. So your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and live. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with pidgin English. And you know, pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak pidgin in Hawaii. They speak pidgin in China. They speak pidgin, Old English Cockney is pidgin. American even is a form of pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She's an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise-shell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that, and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in a God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities, and these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something, actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle whose name is Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also Chinawood, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think that just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have a very good English business partner. He's really a business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. In Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives, and that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche, and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be a lie to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African-American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays. And Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria, I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and SOUQ. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home. And everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show,
stage shows in school. Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry. I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now. But actually, they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emmanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knot somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. Somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. all those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant, because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. So I was the Lord of Tartary. I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, we were trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not, trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have felt. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majakodumi as the administrator of the Western region, all this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was what, the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, you know, to shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, you know, we were still feeling very hot about, you know, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, you know, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, how is your man Nkrumah? And we said, no, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa. They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, They make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Lasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC would not allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. We were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught by, not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ. We had a Bible then that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna, and of course Bimbo Oloye, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Guba. And you're trying to prepare your roster, and you wanted to put such people online to read the network news. Then they say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Ragijedidu and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. In that aspect, in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around, and Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out of the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has moved to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world. That brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloye was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's not call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then.
What do you think went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? When are we going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive. Anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed. But in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about you,
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on SOUQNews Television. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Now let's begin. The Senate has received a fresh request from President Bola Tinubu seeking approval to borrow 1.5 trillion naira from the domestic market to finance part of the 2025 budget deficit. The letter read by Senate President Godswill Akpabio during plenary was referred to the Committee on Local and Foreign Debt for review and recommendation within 1 week. Tinubu explained that the loan is essential to bridge funding gaps and ensure smooth execution of government programs and projects. The new request follows the Senate recent approval of a $2.47 billion external borrowing plan, including a $500 million sovereign sukuk for key infrastructure. Lawmakers supporting the proposal argue that structured borrowing remains necessary for sustaining economic growth and maintaining Nigeria's credit reputation. However, some critics warn that the country's debt, now exceeding 97 trillion naira, could become unsustainable if borrowing continues at the current pace. Nigeria's excess crude account has grown by 13% in 2 years, reflecting gradual recovery under the Tinubu administration. Data from presentations by the Accountant General of the Federation to the National Economic Council show that the account rose from $473,754 in June 2023 to $535,823 in October 2025. Over the same period, the stabilization account climbed from 26.63 billion naira to 87.67 billion naira, representing an increase of about 61 billion naira. While the development of National Resources Fund grew by 46%, the rise is linked to government's efforts to improve fiscal discipline, combat crude oil theft, and rebuild external reserves amid fluctuating global oil prices. Next, Lagos is set to host the 2025 edition of the Lagos International Theatre Festival, a week-long creative celebration running from the 10th to the 16th of November. Organizers said the festival, recognized as Africa's foremost international theatre event, will transform Lagos into a global hub for performance, creativity, and cultural exchange, expected to generate significant economic activity for the state's tourism and creative sectors. Featuring 20 productions across 5 stages, the festival will attract participants from Nigeria, South Africa, and the United States. Beyond artistic expression, it is projected to stimulate small and medium enterprises in hospitality, transport, food, and fashion. Founder Bolanle Austin Peters described this as a creative economy driver, noting that the festival empowers local artisans and performers while attracting foreign investment and cultural tourism to Lagos. South Africa's private sector activity fell in October 2025, marking its first contraction in 7 months as weak domestic export and demand weighed on business performance. According to S&P Global, the Purchasing Managers Index PMI declined to 48.8 from 50.2 in September, slipping below the growth threshold of 50. The decline was attributed to reduced output, fewer new orders, and weakened consumer spending power amid rising uncertainty in the local economy. Despite improvements in supply and delivery times and easing input costs, firms reported a sharp fall in new business, the fastest since March. The slowdown in export sales, driven by lower foreign demand, further dampened activity. The appreciation of the rand, which gained about 7% against the US dollar this year, helped moderate inflation, but also reduced export competitiveness for local producers. China has announced a 1-year extension of its suspension of additional tariffs on United States goods, reaffirming a trade truce reached between President Xi Jinping and Donald Trump. The agreement, finalized during their meeting in South Korea, includes maintaining a 24% tariff suspension and keeping a 10% tariff on some imports. It takes effect from November 10, marking a new phase in efforts to stabilize relations between the two economic powers. Beijing's finance ministry said the move followed consensus reached during recent trade consultations. In response, Washington confirmed it would reduce its extra tariffs on Chinese imports from 20% to 10%, also effective from the same date. The easing of restrictions covers several key agricultural and industrial products, including soybeans, pork, and dairy. Thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQNews TV. I'm Moyosore Adebi. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Cashcraft. I am Grace Komolafe. Today I have for you something that really looks ordinary, but it's more than how some people perceive it. This isn't just news, it's a wake-up call, a signal, especially if you live in or near Kayama, Kwara State, or you have any connection to the north-central zone of Nigeria. According to reports, the Kwara State Shell Butter Factory in Kayama is projected to create 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, officially confirmed by the Commissioner for Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Hafiz Alabi. Now, this news isn't meant to bore you. It's a flashlight revealing something you need to tap into. Don't sleep on shell butter, and you ask me why. That's because this is not just a skincare ingredient. It is a multi-million-dollar global commodity, and it starts from the word shell 3. Shell butter is a natural fat extracted from the nut of the African shell 3, Vitellaria paradoxa, native to the savanna belt of West Africa. It's rich in vitamins A and E, packed with essential fatty acids, and used in skincare and cosmetics, cream, balms, soaps, hair products, pharmaceuticals, chocolate industry as cocoa butter substitute. From Africa to America, France to Japan, shea butter is in demand. A metric ton of raw shea butters can fetch around 350,000 to 500,000 naira, depending on quality and volume. Processed butter can go for about 2,500 to 4,000 naira per kilo locally, and higher when exported. In global markets, refined organic shea butter is gold. trading at $4 to $10 per pound, depending on certification. Nigeria is the world's largest producer of shell nuts, yet we are not making nearly enough from it yet. Are you still thinking it's a job not fit for you? Perhaps that's pride. Yeah, but here is the reality. Anyone can go into this, male or female, young or old, educated or not. It's not about the job title, it's about your operational model. Now let's take a look at ways to tap into the shell butter business. 1. Shell nut collection and selling. If you live near wild shell trees, you can gather and sell nuts in bulk to processors or exporters. 2. Local processing and packaging. With basic training and equipment, you can extract and sell raw shea butter to traders, beauty salons, or markets. 3. Skincare line startup. Infuse shea butter into soaps, body butters, hair food, lip balms, brand it, sell online or offline. Let's go to 4. If you are thinking export, then join cooperatives or secure necessary certifications like NOP Organic, Fair Trade, or EcoSat to export high-value shea butter. Now we move to 5. Value chain services. Offer drying, logistics, aggregation, quality testing, or training services in rural communities. If you are in Kwara and ignoring this, then you are sleeping on what could become your ticket out of poverty or your ladder to wealth. Kayama is becoming a hub, and the government is backing it with infrastructure and policy support. So why miss out? While this is not a professional advice, remember to do these things to get started. 1. Join a shea producer cooperative. Example, National Shea Products Association of Nigeria. You can search for a whole lot of them. Attend local trainings, workshops, often supported by NGOs and donor agencies. Start small. Even with 50,000 to 100,000 naira, you can begin processing locally, packaging neatly, label professionally, even if you're selling on Instagram. Now, research export guides from NEPC, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. The Kayama Shell Butter Factory is only one part of the story. You are the next chapter. Don't let ignorance or pride rob you of this golden opportunity. Whether it's as a collector, a processor, or a brand owner, shea butter is calling. Will you answer? That's it on Cashcraft, where we turn everyday ideas into smart business moves. I am Grace Komolafe, helping you start up your day and making it count. Bye.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral, which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Oloye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikan, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony. And all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitats, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous, to the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. Even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Africa is a rich continent, and when it comes to African countries with hidden riches, Burundi is generally overlooked. This little East African nation, located between Rwanda, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, has a strong, distinct identity. Drums in Burundi do more than just generate sounds, they also convey stories. The royal drummers of Burundi, Abatimbo, are more than just performers. They are historians, keepers of traditions, and spiritual messengers. These gigantic drums, built from hollowed-out tree trunks and coated in animal hide, are regarded with respect. In reality, for centuries, they were only utilized for sacred rites, royal events, and national holidays. Here's what makes this unique. Burundi drumming is unofficially protected by UNESCO as part of the world's intangible cultural heritage. That is, the sound of the Burundian drum is not just a national icon, but also a global treasure. And they are not your typical beat makers. The ritual is ordered and ceremonial. Drummers perform while dancing, holding the drums on their heads and producing rhythm with their bodies rather than with their hands. It's poetry in motion, tradition in tempo. However, Burundi's rhythms are not limited to drums. There is also a rhythm to their agriculture. Over 90% of Burundians depend on agriculture, primarily for substance. Burundians know how to cultivate life, from coffee, the country's main exports, to bananas, beans, and sweet potatoes, even on limited territory. Despite decades of political unrest and economic challenges, the Burundian spirit remains resilient. Kingship, oral storytelling, and shared traditions are essential components of community life. There is an unsaid value in their community, as evidenced by their Obushigante, a cultural council of wise elders who have traditionally helped settle conflicts and uphold moral standards. So, Burundi may be one of Africa's tiniest countries. It may not always make headlines. However, it embodies a continent's heartbeat through its drums, people, and ancient customs. One that teaches us that even the smallest countries may echo the loudest truth if we only stop and listen. I am Laura Iheke for SOUQ News. Until next time, let's keep sharing stories that bring this continent together.
Rising demand for healthy proteins, snail-based cosmetics, and export opportunities have driven a surge in Nigeria's snail farming industry, far outpacing local production and opening a significant gap for investors to fill. Snail farming, or heliculture, is rapidly emerging as a profitable agribusiness in Nigeria, offering sustainable solutions to food security, poverty reduction, and income generation. Rich in protein and essential nutrients, snails are incredibly sought after, fueled by a growing population, a rising interest in healthy diets, and their status as a prized delicacy in Nigerian cuisine. This expanding industry promotes substantial economic opportunities for both farmers and investors. There is a huge and growing demand for snails, which are regarded as a luxury cuisine due to their nutritional benefits. The snail industry in Nigeria is estimated at over 15 billion naira, and the business can be started with little capital. Snail farming is one of the most sustainable and money-spinning agribusiness that many people ignore. For salary earners and investors wanting to increase their income, it's an excellent choice, while it's not time-consuming and highly profitable. Agricultural experts have emphasized the export potential of snails and have urged investors and companies to seize the opportunity, as it was a lucrative venture with strong export prospects due to high global demand. According to them, the market exists, but what is needed was increased production by mobilizing people to invest and scale up production. Snail farming is emerging as one of the most accessible agribusiness opportunities in Nigeria due to its low capital requirement and high profit potential. With an initial investment as modest as 50,000 to 100,000 naira, the business offers the potential to grow as high as 5 million naira annually. Setting up a small farm is both affordable and straightforward. Basic materials like corrugated sheets, baskets, old tires, or wood are sufficient to construct a functional snail pen. Feeding is also budget-friendly, making the overall startup cost even more appealing. A bag of snail feed is between 10,000 and 16,000 naira per 25 kg, and you can use just 2 bags to feed 50 snails for 3 months. Everything needed for snail feeding has been provided by nature. Nature itself provides most of what snails need to survive, from vegetables to watermelons and even leftover foods. One crucial factor, however, in successful snail farming is choosing the right species. Agricultural experts recommended going for the giant African land snails, which come in 3 main species. Aricantina marigata lays between 6 and 14 eggs up to 4 times a year. Achatina achatina produces 80 to 350 eggs per clutch and lays 1 to 3 times annually. And the most profitable among them all, Achatina fuka, can lay between 100 and 400 eggs, as many as 6 times a year. Despite Achatina fuka's prolific breeding, experts tend to favor Achatina marigata, as it is considered the largest land snail in the world, and its size and market appeal make it a favorite among both farmers and consumers. According to experts, Achatina achatina also remains a strong choice, particularly due to its adaptability to the African climate. The global snail market reached $647.4 million in 2024 and is projected to grow from $706.7 million in 2025 to $1.4 billion by 2034, according to Global Market Insight, a market intelligence platform. France leads global production with over 300,000 tons annually, followed by Italy and Spain producing 20,000 and 15,000 tons respectively, solidifying Europe's dominance in the snail farming industry. Chiki Okulu, SOUQNews TV.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
The National Theatre, Igomu, built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theater holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, The building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of large green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment. The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of 3 men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the 3 sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the 3 Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. 3 white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of
Hello and welcome to another interesting episode of Just Africa. And welcoming you today because you would be enjoying the conversation because we celebrate a man whose name has become synonymous with heritage, excellence and service. But before we dive into that conversation, I of course like to introduce my co-host today, who is also a veteran journalist in the building. Hello, Baba Oloye.
It's a pleasure, Bill.
I know today's conversation would canvas us through both culture, journalism, and of course, something that those in Ibadan would find very, very enlightening and resourceful.
I'm excited and I feel privileged to have an Iroko tree inside the studio.
You literally called it a Iroko tree. But let's not let the cat out of the bag here, because we'll go on a very, very short break, and when we come back, we will tell you who we have in the... I literally just call him Kabiesi, but you will know in a very, very short moment. Don't go anywhere. All right. I mean, I'm swamped in the middle of 2 veterans. My guest is literally schooling me on how to do the job because, of course, how many years now, Baba? Like we're talking about
almost 60.
Almost 60 years in the business. Anyway, without further ado, I want to introduce Oloye Lekan Alabi, the Apesa of Olubado of Ibadan land. Born in 1950, Oloye Alabi's story is the story of modern Yoruba identity told through the eyes of a journalist, a communicator, and a cultural custodian. From his humble beginnings, we have, as Baba Oloye puts it, we have an Iroko tree sitting right here with us in the studio. Welcome, Oloye.
Thank you for inviting me. It's my pleasure
to
honor and answer my colleagues when they do.
Oloye Lekan Alabi is the Abese of Ibadan land. And that's his latest
title,
the latest feather to his cap. So literally, here's a Nigerian statesman wearing so many caps.
So many caps.
He is the first cultural ambassador of the National Museum and Monuments in Ile-Ife.
Okay.
He's also the former press secretary to 4 former governors of Oyo State from 1980. Old Oyo State.
Old one, not in the correct one. Was the truth or the soil?
From 1983 to 1989.
Yes.
He was also former 4-time coordinator of the Sketch Press Limited. You remember?
The Sketch is no longer even.
Yes.
Yeah, but I know.
These were the
Yes.
people who managed Sketch
Yes,
Industries.
yes.
He's a pioneer public affairs manager of Udua Investment. You know, that's a conglomerate.
Yes.
That is thriving and moving forward. And is the first general manager of corporate affairs of the conglomerate. So, like I said, we have an Iroko right here sitting with us.
In honoring Oloye Alabi today, Just Africa aims to reflect on not just a personality, but of course the greatness in the products of privilege and of principle, that leadership behind the character, and of course the person that I fondly call Kabiyesi. And of course, without furthering any other, the titles are plenty. Let's dive into who this person is. You recently just celebrated 75 years old. Even the president of the country had to send a message to him because, of course, you are not just another son of the soil of Nigeria. You have represented the country in several spheres outside the shores of Nigeria and, of course, the continent. So, looking forward to your formative years and everything, and, of course, through childhood, your lifelong dream as a Nigerian compared, as a now, how would you see it?
Tomorrow belongs to God Almighty only. He is our creator, provider, guard, and guide. And in his unfathomable wisdom, God says, I will honor those whom I will honor. His honor, excellence are not for sale. Neither are they rainwater that anybody can just collect. He says, I, God, will honor those whom I will honor. So our prayer to him is to continue to receive his mercy and benevolence, to be worthy of honor. As everybody knows, only God knows tomorrow. But you have asked me, and every individual on planet Earth has the right to say, if they ask him or her, what is your honor or ambition or wish? My answer to your question now is that may I continue to be under the benevolence of God Almighty, to be useful to myself, my family, my environment, my profession, and the world.
Oloye, decades ago, you were sitting or standing behind the camera. What's your feelings now inside SOUQNews television studio? Decades later.
I don't know if I should start with this statement now. This time yesterday, I was in London, United Kingdom, on vacation, working holiday, as they say.
Okay.
And the second female to appear on Africa's first television, that is the Western Nigeria Television, WNTV, 1959. The second female to appear, Chief Judy Coker, who now resides in London. She's been there now for over 30 years, told me about this station, how she has networked with the management that I be your guest today, and here we are. So since yesterday, I've been having butterflies in my stomach that Auntie Julie has done it again. She has linked me up with a versatile radio TV station that is growing in reputation, performance, and excellence to the envy of the CNNs of this world. So when we now came here about an hour ago, and I have seen the environment, I've mixed with the management staff of this station, I've been nodding to myself that, oh God, thank you for bringing me here, where they practice what they preach. Television, radio broadcasting that will be impactful, devoid of partiality or ignorance. I'm happy to be here.
Oloye, let's go down memory lane. Can you run us through your experience initially at WNTV, WNBS, where you cut your teeth in broadcasting?
Thank you. I cut my teeth in the media, print media.
Okay.
In the old Sketch Publishing Company Limited on Obadebimpe Road, Dubai, Ibadan. It later became Sketch Press Limited. I was a village school teacher after my O-levels, 1970. I was employed as a classroom teacher, which they used to refer then as auxiliary teacher, because we were not trained. But because of shortage of staff, schools will recruit people who must have passed their oral and written interview. And they will place them on half salary, pending when the O-level results will be out. O-level results in those days will be out around April, May, June. So in 1973, I was employed by the Sketch Publishing Company Limited from the St. John's Anglican Primary School, Akinyajo, near Arulogun, where I had taken up duty of auxiliary teacher, 1971. From St. John's Anglican Primary School, Akinyajo, near Arulogun in Ibadan, I joined the famous Oniboje Press Limited. Oniboje Press, in her prime, was West Africa's largest publisher of educational books. They advertised for vacancy of accounts clerk. I was very poor in mathematics in school. I'm sorry. But when I hear stars who also admit that they were weak in mathematics, I would say, aha, thank God. Thank God. If I am a weakling in mathematics, like X, Y, Z, I've had the Nobel laureate admit that it was not so good with figures. I didn't mention any name. Oh, God. We went for the written exam and oral interview at Oniboje, looking for accounts clerks. I went there knowing fully well that I was poor in with figures, but the name attracted me, Oniboje Press Limited. That, my God, my ambition, since I had been taking correspondence courses in Form 3 at secondary school, African Church Grammar School, Apata Ganga, Ibadan, I had formed my opinion to become a journalist while I was in secondary school Form 3. So I applied to Oniboje that even though Oniboje was not a newspaper firm, I will know the inside workings of a press. Because they were book publishers, educational book publishers. the largest in West Africa. So we went for the exam, we wrote it. By evening, 5 p.m., the chairman, Baboni Boji, summoned all the applicants to the field, the Oniboje Press, large grounds, and said we should listen to the results of the oral and written exams that we have been taking since morning. Then he brought out a list. He said, when you hear your name, please step to this side. He started calling names. And he was calling names. Then he said, and the last name. He now said, ladies and gentlemen, these are the successful applicants. If you are interested in our company, again, we shall advertise vacancies. If you are interested, kindly apply. Maybe your luck will shine. So thank you all. Bye-bye. The successful applicants were on this side. I was looking at myself. What are you looking for here? They advertised for accounts clerk.
Yes.
So he said, bye, thank you. As we were about to start moving, he said, hey, wait. Who among you is Mr. Lekan Alabi? I raised my hand. Baboni Boyena said, oh, Mr. Lekan Alabi, I'm sorry. You came first overall. But your mathematics is too weak. And we are looking for accounts clerk.
Yes.
So we cannot recruit you or employ you. But you perform wonderfully well overall. In this wise, we are appointing you the first editorial assistant of this company. I looked to the sky. And
so that was a breakthrough.
That
was a breakthrough.
God is the, as I said when I started the interview, I said God is the creator, giver, controller of our lives. All creatures, God. He knows where you're going after the next hour.
So you mean that you were destined for that post?
That's what has become.
Yes.
And the story I'm telling you now was 1972. 53 years ago. So they said they would recruit me and employ me as the first editorial assistant. When I said I look up to God, I was looking at God as, my God, see what I am running after.
Yes.
To Sokoto, to go and search for. Right inside my Sokoto here. Yes. First editorial assistant, I took the job, they employed me, and then it meant any manuscript, please you can go and search the records. Okay. Because wherever we talk or write in public, we must back it up with empirical facts. Yes. Dates, places, events, and the actors. If anybody wrote a manuscript to Oniboje Press Limited, Ibadan, Felele, that manuscript will come first to my table. My analysis and recommendation will determine what my boss, the editorial manager.
Where did you get that skill to edit?
It's God.
Still God.
It's God. One of my heroes, I don't use past tense for them. One of my heroes is the greatest boxer that has ever lived, Muhammad Ali. Go and check his record. Although people said he was haughty. But this was a man who was balancing his predictions with action.
Yes.
He would tell what round the next opponent will fall. And when they asked him, he will always admit it's from God. So,
you were still in Oniboje?
Baba Oniboje, the chairman, he attended University of Ibadan, University College Ibadan, before he went to learn the art of printing and was publishing and hawking books in motor parks, Western region. because God has given him the destiny. And he became what he became. His younger brother, Mr. Ogaolu Onibonje, was the editorial manager. I was reporting directly to Mr. Olu Onibonje, editorial manager.
Yes.
Whatever I wrote on any manuscript, and this is not boasting, something our viewers can please check on, will determine where the manuscript will go. If I recommended that this manuscript appears to be a copy
of something else,
somebody else's work, that was the end. But if I advised further editing and invitation, they became books. They became bestsellers. One of the authors of Onibonje was the late General Mama Vasa. Vasa was a poet. That's why when the self-styled military president of Nigeria, retired General Babangida, and said he had caught what card with Vasa, if you remember, 1987. Professor Wale Soyinka, Professor Chinua Achebe, and one other great author, there were three, Pepe Clark, visited Durham Barracks to plead that Babangida should please save the life of their colleague, Mama Vasa. He was one of our authors. So that's how I started. When the Sketch Publishing Company Limited now advertised vacancies for reporter, writer, reader, grade 2, I applied. Like hot knife in butter, they employed me in Sketch. I was the company's youngest dual columnist. Dual in the sense that I was writing a column for the Yoruba paper. Boom, boom. I was also writing a column for the Sunday Sketch, another title of the company. The title of my column in Boom Boom was Morifiri. That of Sunday Sketch was Is What's Happening, a review of books, theater, music by Lekan Alabi. The editor then was the late Mr. Philip Bamidele Adedeji. So that's how I fitted in. And since then, it's been up.
Oloye, I schooled in Ibadan. I schooled in Oloye College. And I know what WNTV, WMBS was. In those days, it was a mecca of students, practitioners, public servants, and so on and so forth. When last did you visit WNTV, WMBS in Ibadan?
Then, again, Chief Judy Coker, the Yeyeto of Lagos, she was installed by Oba Oyekon. Her name will creep in again. About 6 years ago, she visited me in Ibadan because with all modesty and respect, I say I am very close to Chief Julie Coker in the sense that she's now 84 this year. When she was 70, 14 years ago, the British Corporate Affairs law says once you reach 70, particularly female directors, you retire. We have a marketing PR company based in London, UK, of which she was the chairman. So when the law caught up, age law, when it caught up with Chief Julie Coker, what's the word now? I took over from her. As I said, this time yesterday I was in London. I saw her anytime I go to London or UK, I make every effort to see her. So, she came to Ibadan. Then I arranged that we will go to Television House, Agodi. That's the name given to where WNBS started.
Okay.
On Saturday, October 31st, 1959, Africa's first television station. WNBS, Western Nigeria Broadcasting Service, Africa's first commercial radio station, were both stationed at Television as Agodi. So 6 years ago, I was in the premises of WNTV, WNBS, the former WNTV, WNBS, which the government of General Olusegun Obasanjo forcibly took over without compensation to the people of Western region or Western state. WNTV, WNBS was taken over by General Obasanjo's military, federal military government, 1975, 76. That's how we lost the identity of the first television in Africa.
Could it have done better if it was left to the state government? Could it have been done better? Could it have been run better?
Like, as I said in my opening remarks at this studio, yes. I said I've met people, performances, and utterances that justify the rating I got about your station. Right. What is radio and television? Radio and television is all about creativity. Creativity. Ability to do things that others have never experimented with before. Or the things that you do and they say, we never thought of that. That's radio and television. It's not the normal 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. business. Or this is how they have been doing it. No. So WNTV, WNBS, for its creativity and the ability of the Nigerians, I don't want to use black, it's derogatory, of the blacks who took over from the British practitioners. They thought the British suddenly withdrew. They thought the stations would collapse. But we are saying now, although it's now called Ibadan Network Center of the NTA, you will give kudos to the earlier set of people who ran that place. And when I say that, we must remember Chief Anike Agbaje Williams, the first female to appear on that station. The late Chief Kunle Olasope, the first male, and other stars like Tom Adeyemi, Tuji Marquis, Yomi Onobolu, your predecessors.
So Kabezi, I know your journey through journalism or media has gone so many decades. If you were to check now and interpret it from your years of experience, how much change has happened in this sector from what you see now, especially in Africa?
I was employed as an editorial personality at the NTV Ibadan. Our general manager was Dr. Yemi Farumbi, a former Nigeria ambassador to the Philippines. Okay. They call him Magic Boy of television and radio broadcasting. He read geography at the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. Okay. But Dr. Yemi Farumbi, versatility, creativity can be searched for at the former television service of Oyo State, TSOS, which they call BSOS now.
BSOS now, yes.
Or wherever he had operated. He is a gift to broadcasting. So, I was employed when he was general manager. Now your question, what have I noticed in development? Let me say, with modesty and humility, that those of you who now run television stations, radio stations, you are using pieces of meat to eat pap, echo. Because those pioneers work with blood, sweat,
and tears.
Yes, Oloye. I witnessed 5 coups in Radio Nigeria. And at the time, my father told Kolade that, no, I'm a Yoshishema. I said, what? I said, no, this is a lifelong assignment.
So you feel journalism now is easy compared to
look at you. You are transmitting live.
Yes.
To wherever your masts or the engineers can boost.
Yes.
To.
Yes.
And Oloye, they have AI. These young ones too.
Technology makes it easy.
Do you know that as recent as 1979, that's 46 years ago, we covered the general election, 1979 general election for NTA Ibadan. And it was done manually. How? We will now send our tapes, scripts, through commercial drivers, Shaki, Akure, wherever you are positioned, to the headquarters for transmission.
And it will take days?
No, it will take hours.
Okay, hours instead.
Because we paid.
Yes.
So the drivers were, what's the word now? Were compelled to deliver. But it was manual. See the reporter now with his laptop.
Yes.
All those gadgets now.
Happening live.
And he or she is reporting live. So those are the technology has advanced the profession.
Oloye, I wanted to ask about enforcement. In our own days, in your own days, we had Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria. But now you have Nigerian Broadcasting Commission as a kind of enforcement. Do we need that for broadcasting?
Because Nigeria loves titles, particularly explosive titles. Simple title does not take anything away from your performance if you are truly a professional who delivers.
Yes.
But give the average Nigerian officer, clinical officer, he will complain. I'm not an officer, I'm a director. We love titles. That's one of the shots in the foot of public service in this country. We are always looking for big titles.
I was going to ask questions from, you're a cultural ambassador. Nobody can deny that one.
Thank you.
However, you are you slam right in between tradition and modernism. Because you talk about how you mingled with people in the UK, you've seen their kind of culture and lifestyle, and then as an African, you're a titled chief. You stand right in the middle. How do you compare these two different eras, and then how do you still promote the culture of the tradition?
I pray your commercial department does not bring me a bill tomorrow.
We will try not to.
For advertising this book.
Okay.
This is it's a French word.
Okay.
First are books of tributes, adulation, and encomiums on an individual.
Okay.
This book was launched on Wednesday, October 1st, this year.
Oh, wow.
At the BCOS Atawu Multipurpose Library Hall. It was written to mark my 75th birthday.
Yes.
And my promotion in the traditional chieftaincy line. See the three sectors you mentioned.
Yes.
They are all there. And look at the title of the book. It says, Media, Governance, and Culture. Thank you for bringing that out.
Yeah.
Yes. And what are we talking about? We are talking about merit. Nigeria is a country of superstars. Because Yoruba, they have a proverb that if you tell people, please, who is using this calabash or broom to sweep this floor? Don't you know it was given to me by my grandmother? Henceforth,
Yes.
it must be used neatly.
Yes.
Yeah. Tomorrow or day after, weeks after, they will want themselves, hey, take the calabash from the floor. He says we must revere the calabash.
Yes.
If only Africans we will take a deep look again at what they call self-respect. We are blessed by God with talents. So, those who wrote this book, professors, middle-level managers in media, television, radio, the prologue of this book was written by Mr. Tunde Rahman, the special assistant to President Tinubu on media and special duties. He, Tunde, represented President Tinubu at the launch of this book.
Yes.
The chief press secretary to the governor of Oyo State, the chief press secretary, Pastor Sulaiman Olandiwaju, is the chief press secretary to Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State. He represented his boss at this book launch. Dr. Gbenga Adefaye, the provost of the Nigerian Institute of Journalism, Ikeja, was the reviewer. So that you can, our viewers, listeners can assess the Irokos who contributed to this book.
Yes.
And what do I want to bring out about that? I want to let the world know. That's why I said we should take caution so that your commercial department doesn't send me a bill for advertising that. That whatever we do, we should have at the back of our mind integrity, creativity, merit, professionalism, that our work or production can stand shoulder to shoulder with any of its type in the world. Your station, your reporters, editors, including the technical people, should always have in their mind that what is CNN boasting about that you don't have? Most of the things you do here manually is technology that is helping those who now say they are the best under the sun.
Okay.
Africans, we are not third-rate citizens. I don't believe I am a citizen of a third world. The world is one, universe. It is the individual that must show and prove his or her merit. But given the same circumstances and opportunities, no human being is superior to the other. It's because of lack of opportunity, schools, opportunities that make the whites look down on us.
All right, I mean, we'll land on that very, very, very interesting note, but we're not gone because we're going on a very, very quick break. When we come back, we'll be still taking words of wisdom from Kabiyesi Oloye Lekan Alabi. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
In the heart of West Africa, where the Atlantic Ocean meets vibrant coastlines and cultural richness, lies a country that has long served as a bridge between tradition and modernity. Welcome to the Republic of Senegal. From its diverse languages to distinct cuisines and colorful attire, Senegal mirrors the broader identity of West Africa, a region shaped by history, resilience, and remarkable diversity. But among its neighbors, Senegal stands apart in a unique way. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, it has never experienced a military coup, a rarity in the region and a testament to its stable democratic legacy. Its capital, Dakar, hugs the coastline and is home to nearly a third of the country's population, around 5 million people. Though over 90% of Senegalese identify as Muslim, the nation's first president, Léopold Sédar Senghor, was a Catholic, a poet, and philosopher. Senghor played a pivotal role in post-colonial West Africa, founding the Federal Assembly after France's withdrawal. French remains the official language, a legacy of colonization, but it's Wolof, the voice of the streets, that rings loudest in the markets, homes, and music of Senegal. Economically, Senegal thrives on two pillars: peanuts and fish, with nearly 40% of its arable land dedicated to peanut cultivation and a strategic coastal location fueling a robust fishing industry. Agriculture and maritime life shape much of its economy and daily rhythms. Senegal's culinary culture is just as iconic, from fiebondien, the beloved fries and fish dish, to the zesty yassa of marinated chicken or fish flavor tells a story. And in between meals, locals sip on national drinks made from natural sources like boye, the sweet nectar from the baobab fruit. Wander the streets and you will likely spot sheep and goats roaming freely, not as strays, but as symbols. During the Muslim festival at Tabaski, male sheep are offered as spiritual sacrifices, a deeply rooted tradition tied in faith and family. While football reigns across the continent in Senegal, a traditional form of wrestling called lamb shares the spotlight and sometimes steals it. Considered a national sport, lamb draws crowds of over 70,000 during major bouts, with a mix of athleticism, rituals, and roaring support from devoted fans. But Senegal's legacy runs deeper than sport or tradition. It is home to some of Africa's most symbolic landmarks. The Great Mosque of Touba, the largest in Africa, towers over the faithful. The Africa Renaissance Monument in Dakar stands at 49 meters high, Africa's tallest statue. And on Gorée Island, history echoes through the door of no return, the final passage for enslaved Africans during the transatlantic slave trade. Senegal is proudly home to 7 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. From Goré's sorrowful legacy to the rich biodiversity of Djoudj Bird Sanctuary and Niokolo Koba National Park, from the colonial charm of St. Louis Island to the cultural landscapes of Bassari Country, and from the unique Salom Delta to the ancient stone circles of Senegambia, the land is a living museum. Add to that the dazzling pink lake, whose waters shimmer rose-hued during the dry season, and Dakar's revered surfing coastline, and it becomes clear. Senegal is a country of rhythm, resilience, and unmatched beauty. This is Senegal, the doorway to West Africa, where culture, history, and spirit converge to welcome the world. Chiki Okolo, SOUQNews TV.
Welcome back from a very short break, and I mean I'm super excited because when we went on that break, we're having behind-the-scene conversations, and I knew we may not have enough time to exhaust having to tap from an Iroko tree. But then again, I'm sure our viewers so far have been enjoying the conversation, and of course, do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQNews TV. We still have Kabiyesi Oloye Lekan Alabi in the studio with us on Just Africa today, and it's been insightful. If you want to take your mind back, they always tell you you don't necessarily have to be in the library when you have elders like himself in your midst and having conversations with them. It's like reading so many thousands of books. But then again, we're wrapping up, but there are some salient conversations we still need to have. Just give us a couple of minutes and then we'll run that through. Kabiesi, you're literally an embodiment of intelligence.
Hey,
wrap up what prepared you for public life. Like, because I know you've been chief press secretary to several governments.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Yeah.
In our time, there was no chief press secretary.
Okay.
It was plain press secretary.
Okay, just press secretary.
Because the press secretaryship thing came from the USA.
Okay.
They use chief for whoever is serving their president.
Oh, okay.
Governors, press secretary. But in Nigeria, even wife of local government chairman will tell you,
first lady.
Call me CPS. So, in essence, when I was working with my governors, it was Lekan Alabi, press secretary.
But share what prepared you for that kind of role? Because you just handpicked you based on your experience.
Thank you. Let credit be given to my paternal grandmother.
Okay.
Mama Asma'u Odunola Alabi. She was the pioneer woman leader of NCNC under Adegoke Adelabu Kalemes Ibadan in the 1950s.
Yes.
Adelabu was the best student in Africa of his time. Precocious, prodigious. You need to read his book, Africa in Evolution, published in 1952, or go to a government college at Pataganga, the secondary school he attended, where the British principal, Mr. P.V.P. Powell, wrote that if Badamosi, that was the name he bore in school, if he had not been a student, I would have said all these big grammar things he was writing were copied.
Yeah.
Finally, Oloye, I'm glad to see you. We don't have enough time to talk. So many things to talk about. But these younger ones, I want you to send a message to them that the media is not a bed of roses. And the media is not 8 to 5.
Thank you. In 1978, at the NTA Ibadan, I was given a special assignment to cover at the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. The engineering department of Ife had constructed a dam, Oba Dam, that was generating power, and which the university was giving to the local communities. I went to cover that assignment. The late Baba Oni Adesoja Aderemi was on the throne because I interviewed him too. Special assignment. So on my way back to Ibadan, we used to broadcast the news then at 7:30 p.m. Views and reports. On my way out of Ile-Ife, in front of the gate of OAU, I saw a convoy approaching from Ibadan. I told my cameraman, who was sitting with the driver in front, excuse me, please, driver, please slow down. If the convoy, the military administrator of Oyo State then was Colonel Potafa, alias Colonel Koboko. He used to discipline errant drivers on Lagos streets with Koboko. If he turned into Ife campus, we will follow him because it will be a bonus in the camp.
Yes.
True. He turned inside into Ife campus. We followed. We were not invited. I had completed my special assignment. I was heading for Ibadan. So we followed him into their hall. There was an international conference of which, as the military administrator, he had come to declare open. We covered it. But because I have my own assignment, which I must get to Ibadan to deliver live, and remember the cameras of those days. like Cocoa House. So while we were dismantling the cameras and the microphone and all that, the administrator was getting livid that, look at this rat, dismantling the cameras. We dismantled, headed for Ibadan, got into the studio, nick of time. The editor that day was Professor Folu Ogundimu. Folu was our mate, but when he now relocated to the US, he furthered his education and today Professor of Mass Comm. The Ministry Administrator, Excellency, Government House, they said after his breakfast, dinner had been served, he was ready. He was looking at the screen, waiting for the Ife thing he did in the morning. The newscaster started and ended the news without him. So they said he got, sorry to use the word, mad, that, hey, that idiot who was removing the camera, I know he will be mysterious. So he told his press secretary, get that stupid reporter for me tomorrow morning. First thing tomorrow morning. So the press secretary came to government television as Agodi. We were holding our review of yesterday's work and giving out new assignments to when the booth of the soldier forcibly opened the editorial door room. And the press secretary pointed at me to the soldiers, military policemen. So that's Lekan Alabi. Arrested. Dr. Yemi Farumbi, that Lekan Alabi is being abducted by military policemen. No, we don't know his offense. And our boss, who is late now, may so rest in peace, Manager News, Mr. Fabio Ladipekun, and Baba Farumbi went to Government House. That's the Jekoboko. See, administrator, Portafa Fefi, Porta, so,
Madagascar, the world's fourth largest island, stands as a geographical and ecological marvel of the southeastern coast of Africa. Isolated from the African mainland for over 80 million years, this island nation has evolved into a biological treasure trove found nowhere else on Earth. Over 90% of its wildlife is endemic, meaning it exists only in Madagascar, including the world-famous lemurs, baobab trees that look sculpted by myth, and an astonishing array of reptiles, insects, and plants. This extraordinary biodiversity has made Madagascar not only a focus of global scientific research, but also a symbol of nature's ability to evolve independently and richly. Beyond its natural wonders, Madagascar is home to a deeply diverse and culturally layered society. The Malagasy people trace their ancestry to both Southeast Asia and East Africa, making their culture a rare and fascinating fusion of traditions. This dual heritage is reflected in their language, rituals, architecture, and belief systems. The Malagasy language, derived from the Austronesian language family, is one of the few of its kind